Hey, Julie Kim. Uh, Trying to stall for a little bit of time as people come in because I don't know why. Not a lot of people listen to me anyway. I wonder, yesterday's news in the Middle East, I wonder if it was good or not. But let's not start out on the Middle East. Just so much killing. Oh, how many shares do we have? Do I have my little thing? Lost my little book. So I'll write it down here. Oh, there, is that the little book? Here it is. Oh, it hasn't changed. It's the same. This is how many shares of Railtown we have. Pretty good. They're, of course, trying to sell it down. I listened to one older guy, or younger, younger than I am, talking about trading. And he used to be a floor trader, which doesn't really exist anymore. At least not the way it used to. He made an interesting point. Everybody on Wall Street is trading other people's money. Everybody's trading other people's money. So they can use technical charts and rules. It's all other people's money. You and I, we're trading our own money, so we have to fight our emotions. He didn't make the last part of the point, but I think it was implied. I guess GTII is trading at a penny, 0.008. For those of you who were able to transfer out, congratulations. I think you're in a much better position. Railtown, of course, is down. Finger is flat at $1.72. Nixie is up 13 cents at 191. Mountain is down 14 cents MTEN at 372. I remember when that was going to go, and it may still. If they've unlocked the secret formula of how to make these things run with GDC, I'm sure they'll come back around to all these stocks that they have capital in. G-Bucks is down 5 cents. 6 cents actually at 19 cents. And there was a time where G-Bucks was going to go to 100 or 150. Maybe it will again. Certainly an attractive time to buy it. But I wouldn't do that. I mean, we're going to get away from all of this crap. Railtown's now down 2 cents, 48 cents bid, 49.7. And we're just going to, and somebody just had to sell 6,500 shares at 48 cents. Is it because I went live? Maybe. We're just, look, Canadians don't come from New York City. They don't. Canadians come from Canada. And things up in Canada are done properly, but they're done slowly. And that's just how it is. It's just how it is. You gather, you greet, you meet. There's no urgency, particularly. So I told you I didn't expect anything today. And when's a good time for the sellers to come in? When nothing's happening. But it's very low volume. Well, it was. Let me see where it is now. Wow, 275,000. It's not showing up on my screen. That must be in some sort of dark pool or something. So I guess we're back at it. They've got 68,000 on the ask, 64, 54, 18. So they want you to think there's just urgent selling. So it gets so boring. It's tedious. It's tedious. But they do it every day because it pays them well. They make a lot of money. That's why they do it every day. Every stock. But don't let my frustration indicate to you that I'm negative on Railtown. I'm not. This will end. This will end. And when it ends, they won't be able to play their games anymore. But for now, we got to wait for the attorneys, wait for the government, wait for regulators, wait for the vote. It's all about waiting. And it'll end. It'll end. But it's, it's frustrating. We've waited a long time, and we're a little unfair both to the stock and to ourselves by looking at it every single day. This is a stock that in 6 months, I think, will be $55. Now let me comment a little bit about my projections. Apparently Tony Know-It-All, who came in and told you guys not to listen to me when the stock was 25 cents, that it was a scam and it was a pump and all that crap. Now he's on the side of the company. Let me just say my suspicion about Tony Two Nuts. He, I think, works for the criminals. And you can come in like Puke-a-Lot does and be mean and make your stance clear, make it clear that you're a shill and be a jerk, or you can come in like a Janus, like Double D, and sometimes be reasonable, other times be a raging crazy man talking over everybody. Or you can come in like Tony does, very reasonable. Oh, I'm just here to protect you. I'm on the side of the stock now. And then when I give projections, he says, "Oh, that's impossible. That's not going to happen. I don't see where those are going to come from." And he says, I didn't listen to him. I'm just quoting people who have told me. And he says that this guy isn't going to do a research report. Well, it's the company. I mean, research capital. So I don't know. I cannot know. But it's at least plausible that he's here as a wolf in sheep's clothing to get you to trust him. And then when this stock goes to 3 or 5, he's going to say, you better get out, helping the shorts. That's how I see it. I'm not impressed by his analysis, such as I've seen it. And I cannot forget that he attacked you and me, but he attacked you and dissuaded you from buying the stock when it was being given away. So I would just put it in your head that he might just be working for the shorts. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. I really don't care. I don't care about his point of view, but it's come back to me a bit. And one of two things. One is this research report. I still think that you're going to see a research report out of Research Capital Corporation. Maybe Venkata Velagapudi is no longer there, but maybe Venkata Velagapudi is going to do a report from wherever he is. Who knows? But Research Capital Corp, I think, will come out with the report. And, you know, I'm big on making projections, aren't I? But I think his numbers will be maybe not the first time he puts the report out. Maybe not, because analysts want to put reports out if the stock's trading at 50 cents. They'll want to put it out at 2 or 3 because it's achievable. And then as it approaches that, they'll upgrade their target and it'll move up, and then they'll move it up. But I predict before all is said and done this year, maybe in stages, but I bet this guy goes to $25 a share in his projections this year. Let me say something else that I thought about. I don't think it really matters because we're talking in broad projections and broad concepts, but Railtown makes its money in Canada. The revenues are going to be in Canadian dollars, and the multiples may be the same as they are in the rest of North America. But I've never distinguished between US dollars and Canadian dollars. My target is $55 May 5th. I never made it clear whether that's Canadian dollars or US dollars, and I'm not going to wimp out now. I'm not going to say, oh, I meant Canadian, because that's 75% less. I'll go with US. I want you to understand that this stock has massive, relatively short-term upside. It's all based on revenues. There's a term in economics, which is because economics is a dismal science, but it's all other things being equal. So there's some variables here that we've got to deal with. Will the market remain strong? The overall market? Will AI as a broad category and a subdivided category remain strong? Will the multiples still be in the nosebleed levels, whether justified or not? They're really high multiples. Will that still be the case? Revenues, are revenues going to come in powerfully? Will revenues be treated differently depending on the source of the revenue? In other words, in the entire 180 companies in the affiliate network, are some of the revenues juicier than the others in terms of multiples? We don't know any of these things. So when I make projections, I assume we're all adults. There's so many variables. The higher I go and the further out I go, the odds of missing increase. But the concept is what I want you to grab. I do not believe Railtown's worth 50 cents today. Now, we could have a debate. Where are the buyers? Where are all those buyers? But I don't believe the stock's worth 50 cents. I believe it's worth $5 or better right now. And then it starts from there. But why doesn't the market agree with it? Well, it's been in this period of time where nobody could say anything. There was no reporting. There was no revenue. There's nada. But you know what? In a way, we're still slightly in that period of time because the deal hasn't closed. The vote isn't complete. So there's one more box to check. Maybe it's that. Maybe it isn't that. There was a 3-day, maybe 4-day weekend in Canada, and the news came out Wednesday. Maybe it just takes Canadians a long time to get back to their desk. I don't know. It happens in the United States too, by the way, but it seems to be a particular affliction up there in Canada, eh? That could be it. That could be it. It could also be that because the deal's not closed, there's everybody, particularly on the AIP side, are being cautious. Could be. I really don't know. On the Railtown side, I bet a lot of the whales and the bigger investors are just like you and me, and maybe they needed to talk to Corey. Corey might have said, you know what, I'm taking my Thanksgiving. And maybe he's now getting back to work. I just don't know. But you're absolutely right. There's a lot of volume. But the kind of buying, you know, when there's volume, there's a seller and a buyer. The kind of, and the selling, I think, is all fake. But the kind of buying that I think we're going to see in this stock hasn't really, it may have started, but it hasn't overwhelmed anybody yet. So when does the buying come in? I think the buying comes in, it's going to be these little pieces all coming together. But I think the buying comes in as Corey tells the story to each of these institutional buyers, whales, institutional buyers as opposed to retail clients, you know, $1 million clients and below are retail. The rest are all institutional. As he gets the story told, as he puts out presentations, I think buying is going to start increasing the price of the stock. I thought we had a floor yesterday. I thought it traded well at 50 cents, but clearly the criminals, they don't do it because they hate you. They don't do it because it's anything personal. They just turn on their computers. And today, with 300,000 shares, they make 2 pennies on 300, you know, on 250,000 shares. $5,000. It's not bad. I think it's $5,000. If I'm wrong by a decimal, it's $500. Again, it's better than digging ditches. So that's all that's going on. They don't know anything. I do expect that on the Railtown side, the conductor side, I think there's been a pipeline created over the last 7 or 8 months. I don't know how big it is. I don't know how urgent it is. But the sources of that pipeline could simply be the 5,000 clients in the AIP network. It's the whole purpose of the affiliate network. It could be the shows they went to. Apparently, this product is being met with great enthusiasm. So I imagine there's a pipeline. When I combine that with the very obvious observation that if you're going to roll up companies on the AIP side, you first got to wait till the deal is voted on, obviously. But then if you're going to bring in a company and they want 5 million in stock, well, when your stock's 50 cents, you got to issue a lot of stock. When your stock's $5, you issue 10% of what you'd have to issue now. So I don't expect the AIP side roll-ups to happen right away because they don't want to issue that much stock. So I think what we're waiting on is the Railtown pipeline to start being disclosed. And they can do that now. That's the good thing. From Wednesday, they can start doing it. Remember, they're Canadian. They do a great job. They work hard, but there's no particular urgency up in Canada. So that I've seen in this whole process, particularly on the legal side, I haven't seen it, but I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But my point is, we may be disappointed. It may not come in all one big, dump. It may be slowly meted out. But I continue to believe it doesn't matter what we know and what we think. What we do, I don't think matters. It's Canada that matters. It's what the big investors do. And you're going to ask, well, where are they? Why aren't they buying now? A lot of these big funds can't buy a 50-cent stock. So it's weird. It's counterintuitive, but the stock has to be $1 or $2 or $5. And so we got to slog upward. What's going to do that, I think, is news. Not necessarily on the day the news comes out. They'll have a great piece of news, and they'll say, in today's news, the headline will be, we entered into a 4-point agreement, a revenue deal with a great company, but also an MOU with a teachers college and a memorandum of understanding, another MOU with a event planning company, and we're terribly excited. And then the body of it'll be how everyone can get together and meet and gather around a conference table and get to know each other, network. I mean, I'm sure that kind of crap is going to slow down the impact of news in the first few announcements. But it'll be the accumulation of announcement after announcement. And people are like Pavlov's dogs, investors are. Eventually, the announcements will have an impact. Maybe they've got to make 5 announcements before the stock starts moving with strength. Well, the 6th announcement, people are going to wait a minute. The last ones were good. It was just a delay, so I'm going to get ahead of the crowd. So eventually, the announcements will start having an impact. It'd be particularly good if they can put revenue numbers in there. I doubt they will. I just doubt they will. So again, we're going to have to realize that what's important is what Corey and the company can be telling bankers and bigger institutions about giving guidance on revenues, maybe not out in the public so much. And that's a fine regulatory process, whatever he can do legally. But it's going to be those buyers that start moving the stock as they take 1 million, 5 million shares off the market. That's what's going to start moving the stock. And I continue to think this is giveaway prices. We're frozen because we don't have money. We're frozen because it's just been in the red almost every day for 3 months. We're frozen because G-Bucks is going to 150. MTEN, I hear, is going to 100. I don't know much about it. Fingers going to 3,000. So we're frozen because nothing's happening here. I think we should unfreeze ourselves and be buying shares. Just buy all you can. But I'm a broken record. I guess I just gotta get a different add to my audience, increase the audience to talk to. But you should be buying here. You should be buying everything you can here. You shouldn't have any trepidation or fear. The road ahead is going to be fantastic. This stock's going to go to $5 soon. It's just going to do it in a very Canadian way. And who's to say it's the wrong way? Steady on is better than up, C daisy, down, Z daisy. So, but it's going to start steady on. It's going to start, it'll be 50 cents. It'll be 75 cents. It'll be $1. I think it'll be $1.50 at the end of this week or the beginning of next week. $1.50. You can buy it at 50 cents. But you want to wait for proof? It's going to cost you. When you get proof of what I'm saying and projecting, you'll buy 1/3 fewer shares. But, what do you expect for nothing? Rubber biscuits? I would say some of the bigger buying might be waiting for the deal to finally close. So that's a box checked. I think some of the bigger buying doesn't care if they buy it at 50 cents or $5. They want to know from Corey, how's the revenue going? How's the strategy going? Some of the bigger buying may be informally locked up, so to speak, because they might know some news we don't know yet. And maybe maybe this announcement last week broke the dam, but there might be some news out there that they can't act on because they're privileged to know about it. And maybe there's more news that needs to come before they can actually buy. I don't know. But all I can tell you, the market cap of Railtown is $85 million. And as a knowledgeable friend associate of mine said, he asked, do you know of a single first to market deployed AI company with revenue? He's assuming that Railtown has some revenue, a commercial phase. First to market, in this case, best in class, solves a problem. SOC 2 certified. Do you know any of them under $1 billion in valuation? And I said, I really don't know any other companies than this one. So uh, he said, well, there aren't any. He said, there aren't any. The closest competition to Railtown, as I understand, is a private company that's attempting to create what Railtown already has. They're trying to create it. And it's, maybe it's elegant. It's clunkier in the sense that if someone uses that agent once it's ready to go, I don't think it's ready to go yet, you have to use that company's language. And I've tried to find out the name of that company, by the way, but nobody knows it. But they just raised $100 million recently at a $1.1 billion valuation, which kind of confirms Railtown, if it were a $1 billion valuation, 1.1, it'd be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times this price. It's going to happen. As the story gets around, as knowledge gets around, the aha moment, the penny's going to drop. People are going to say, buy stock. But right now, the computers are in charge and the lawyers are in charge. I can't wait till CEOs and IR people can write their own press releases. But in an age of regulation where the SEC and up in Canada, whatever it's called, they go after the longs and they put the longs in the docket. They never go after the shorts, ever, ever. Until then, the CEO has no choice but to use attorneys, and it just adds time. But this week, I think you're going to see this stock triple. Maybe it'll be the first part of next week, but I think the stock's going to triple. 125, 150. 125, 150. So you've been hearing it from me for a while, so you probably won't add to it. I listened to another hedge fund guy, and I want to re-listen to his talk. But he made a really interesting point. I want to re-listen to it so I quote it correctly. But even when he made his own point, he said, depending on how you count it. But he said, our markets, our economy is completely different now than it was when he started. He looked older than I am, but he's probably younger. So different than when I started. But he said, depending on how you count it, and not looking at leverage either. And I'll try to listen to it again tonight so I get the exact quote and be able to tell you who the gentleman was. But he said that the financial market, the financial part of our economy, the percentage of our economy, he didn't use the term percentage, but he said the size of the financial part of our economy versus the real part of our economy, 10 to 1. 10 to 1. Look, when I started, the financial services and financial part, it was a blip. It's now 10 to 1 to our real economy. That's why these people are here doing this. It's all in their favor. They got to make money. They got to make money. And anyway, it's 12:30. Railtown is in Vancouver, and that's 3 hours behind. It's any day. I'd say any day from now through the end of the year, any day, around noon, around 1 o'clock our time, they're the attorneys that have to review news have dropped their sons off at school, and she can get back to her desk at 9:30. 9:30. And then she can read it for a while, get a cup of coffee, check with Jim, and then sign off on it. And it'll be out her time, 10 o'clock, go to the regulator. Anytime 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock our time, you can see news on any given day. And I don't think it's going to be one piece of news. And maybe it won't be one piece of news that changes the story. But that proverbial straw will occur and break the shorts back. But I think as the stock goes up, it'll be sticky on the way up. And anyway. All right. I'm going to try not to talk about is not real, because I don't have a good feeling about it. I guess not legal advice is going to give you an update on GTII today. I didn't see what time. Let me see what time it's supposed to be. 5 p.m. She thinks I still care just because. Fingers up half a penny at 172.5. Nixie's up 14 at 192. MTEN's up 8 cents at 394. G-Bucks is still down 6 cents at 19 cents. And Railtown is down a dollar, 1 penny 38, 1 penny 38 at 48.62. And I think I'm going to try to show you. Now I'll go through the comments, because if I show you media, I'll lose the comments. So I'll do that first. But I'm sure I don't have that many comments. Yeah. I'm just looking at my notes. I think I said that last week, that my target was $1.50 by the end of this week. Okay. But just remember, when I'm giving targets and they go out to May, or they go out 9 months and they go higher, there's a lot of things we don't know. Broadly, you assume revenues, multiples, and that I don't know if to call it a mania, but the enthusiasm for AI companies has to continue. If all of that happens, I think my targets are low, frankly. And this is going to be art, not science. I was talking with somebody yesterday. I'd rather Railtown sold itself to, uh, I don't know, Apple Computer. Uh, you know, I'm making these numbers up. At $75 in December, than waiting a year to try to get $150. Why? Because the longer you stretch it out, there's more chance for a variable that we don't even know. I mean, the Anunnaki could return. The the sun could be pressuring our um, uh, planet so much that we're going to have uh, earthquakes and volcanoes and all manner of things. An earthquake in Taiwan would finish the market. An earthquake, a flood in Silicon Valley maybe would do the same thing. We could have problems in the Middle East. We could have a nuclear war. You know, there's all sorts of things. So just like, you know, done and dusted by December is how I see it. But on the other hand, what's great about Corey is he's been through this before. He's hard. He works hard. He makes things happen. And Marwan, I'm just personalizing it with one person. And I think he's going to get everything he can get out of this lemon, or this, I was thinking a Led Zeppelin song, of this goose. He's going to get as much gold out of this goose as he can. And I think it's all great for us. MTEN's now $4. Man, you got to run over there. It's going to, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. Let's go through these. Julie Kim, good morning. Marty Party, good morning. How are you? CJ Yukon, good afternoon. Did you see Sal Frelick's catch, non-catch out in center field? He turned into a triple. I guess that's a triple play. No, he didn't catch it, so it was a double play. Pretty amazing. DD Play, how are you? Pat M, good to see you. All right, you guys. Bill Miko, hey Bill, going to start off with what I consider to be a difficult question. I have $10K to invest in Railtown. Can you give me a timeline when to possibly reconsider this position and move on? So you want to get out of Railtown? I don't think you should move on from Railtown at all. If you want to test the markets with you know, like GDC, I guess some people tell me it's going to triple. I don't see evidence of that in the numbers that they provided. I think it could double. Well, go up 2.5 times. But if they can cause it to squeeze, that's a great gamble. So if you want to go into those areas, I'll try to build. I don't think it's a difficult question at all. I'm precluded from saying some things that I think I understand. You know, I don't have access to the deep inside the company. But here's what I think Railtown's going to do. And I wouldn't move away from it at all, but I wouldn't move on from it. I don't know where, if you have a better idea, then of course you move on. The only thing I kick myself is uh, the potential energy of silver is turning kinetic right before my eyes, and it really, but that's just how life goes. That's just the way it goes sometimes. So you're asking the question on October 14th. I'll try to answer it, Bill. I think you'll see news tomorrow from Railtown. And then I think you'll see news uh, on Friday from Railtown. And then I think next week, I think you'll see news on the 15th, on the 17th. Next week, on the 22nd, I think you'll see news. The following week, on the 29th, I think you'll see news. That's for October. November, I think you'll see news November 5th, November 12th, November 19th, and November 26th. December, I think you'll see news December 3rd, 10th, 17th, 24th, and 31st, if the 31st is, maybe I'll leave the 31st off, and I'll leave the 24th off. Those don't seem likely. So I'll say December the 3rd, 10th, and 17th. And then January, I don't have that on my calendar, but it'll continue into January. Okay, so I think you're going to have a flow of news, Bill, every week in Railtown. I think Railtown announced on Wednesday a rather confusing presentation, but they buried the lead. They talked about something that the stock market doesn't care about, working with a government, quasi-government, or the market doesn't care about that. They care about, did you buy the company? And they didn't buy it. They didn't buy AIP. It's pending a shareholder vote. So we can judge it harshly and say, oh, I didn't do anything. But we can also acknowledge they didn't really finish the job. So I think you're going to see that announced or disclosed this week. Could be next week, I guess. But I think that'll be finished this week. I think starting this week, starting in October, you're going to see buying coming into the stock. And if you're itchy to get out, it'll come in after you sell. That's just how it works. That's how it always works. But if it's funny, Bill, I took my shower this morning and I thought, you know what? This will be the day that Bill wants to sell. He made it all through the summer. And then right as September started, he sold right at the dead time, right as people are coming back from vacation from August, he sold. And I said, you know what? He's going to want to sell right after the Thanksgiving holiday in Canada. But anyway, Bill, I'm not gonna argue with you about it. It's not going to change your life. You'll still be very comfortable in your life. A lot of people here, it will change their life if they get out. So I'll kind of talk to them as well when I answer your question. So this week, I think you're going to hear that the acquisition was completed And I think you're going to get two pieces of revenue news, although I expect it'll be written by attorneys. But that's life. Next week, following week, and so on and so on, I think you'll be getting revenue news every week till the end of the year, except for the holiday weeks. At some point, the stock will be $3, $4, $5. I think you'll get an AIP roll-up story announced, and then another one, then another one, then another one. And I think the revenues from AIP will start coming in November, December. But it's going to be predicated on the stock. Again, Bill, if a company wants to make an exchange of ownership and be purchased by Railtown for stock currently worth $5 million, to do that today, the company would have to issue 10 million shares of stock. Which is, it's probably worth it. But I'm making it up. It could be a bigger example than that. But that's still 5% issuance or so on the company. By waiting till the stock's $5, they only have to issue 1 million shares. 1 million shares. So I think the news coming out of rolling up AIP is going to be delayed till the stock price goes up. And that's going to involve waiting. And I think moving on isn't the right thing. Holding on is the right thing. But you must have other ideas in your mind to make money. And, I'm not going to be able to convince you. This isn't hot money. You're more of a hot money guy, GDC. Let's see it go up. We can double, triple, and maybe it'll squeeze. That's what it strikes me. You're drawn to the action. There's no action, obviously, in Railtown, at least not right now. And when there is action, I don't want people getting out. Railtown is just boring. You buy it and you hold it. And you're lucky you've got other things to do, like things at work to distract you. So anyway, that's how I see the news coming out. What's going to happen with the mechanics? I imagine after news comes out tomorrow and Friday, those are my guesses, buying will start coming in. And I think the buying may be a trickle at first, because I think institutional, what do you call them, family offices, institutions, retirement funds, ETFs, mutual funds, venture capital pools, private equity. A lot of them can't buy under $1. They just can't do it. And they won't put the time in it because it's too small. They have a whole process. It's expensive. It takes a lot of people power. So it waits till the stock goes up. You've never seen that before in this mixture of hot stocks before. But that's what'll happen here. So I think the buying will start coming in this week. The buying that did not seem to come in last week, I think it'll start coming in this week. And then I think it'll accelerate during the next few weeks. And I think the stock will finish this week or begin next week at $1.50. The following week, by the end of November, beginning of December, I think it'll be $2.50. And I'd say by mid-November, I think it'll be $3.50. And then I think it'll finish November somewhere between $3.50 and $5 a share. And then I think once the stock gets to that $5, $6 number, it'll double. So I think it'll finish the year at $10 plus or minus $2, $8 to $12 by the end of the year, and very possibly double that. Very possibly double that. What's critical? What's critical is announcing revenues. What's critical is that Corey Marwan and Dr. Tom Core will be out telling the story. What's critical is that the big funds will want to be in it before next year. They'll want to be in it before the end of the year. There's going to be pools of money acquiring Railtown. You don't see it yet. There'll be research coming out. We're demanding all of this instantaneously when they made an announcement on Wednesday. I get it, because it took them 10 months, 9 months, and that's all they did. But I choose to see it that they've been so busy, swamped even, with the wave of AI investing trillions of dollars. And, I can only repeat it. Railtown is first to market. Railtown is best in class. Railtown fixes a real problem. And it's taken forever for the attorneys to finish. And I'm sorry that it's come to the end of your patience. But as people smarter than I am, and respectfully smarter than any of us in this space up in Canada, building this ecosystem with the rolling, increasing amount of capital going to it, they're going to buy Railtown. Now, you don't believe anything I talk about, and so your clock's over. I would just suggest, Bill, only you can make that decision. But to me, you should have kept you have half a position. You could have increased it to 120,000 shares down in that. And you don't like the stock. So why don't you just do something else? You're not convinced. And I don't blame you. It's just not for you. It's not your cup of tea. But I really think it's a mistake to get out of it. I think you're 40,000 shares. Too bad you don't have 100. Too bad you don't have 120. Too bad you don't have 50,000. But 40,000 shares, I think, in 6 months is worth $2 million. Is it worth waiting for? The time's going to go by anyway. GDC might double, even triple. And who knows, they could catch a squeeze. Maybe that's more fun. You could turn 20 grand into 50 grand. At least it's action, right? And you know the story, you think, because they made a press release that's inaccurate. But there's enough information in the press release that you can cross-check it against the existing shares, and you can come up with a calculation of $15 to $16 a share is what the Bitcoin's worth. And as long as they have an audit that proves that the Bitcoin's there, I mean, obviously that's a better thing to be in, because you can double, triple your money, and you don't have to wait. But I think with Railtown, the hard part's over. I knew it. I just sensed it. I think the summer, the hard part was over. And I think the hard part's over now. But you have a stock market in the low price stocks where, like a machine, computers sell endless high frequency trading, computerized trading. They just sell endless shares of non-existent stock. They'll sell it and then buy it back later in the day. They use dark pools, they manipulate it, and it's all okay. And so, to your eyes, the stock price is telling you something, and you can't help it. Can't help you can't help it. The stock price is telling you nothing is going on with Railtown. And let me just read it again. Hey, Bill, going to start off with what I consider a difficult question. I have 10K to invest in Railtown. Can you give me a timeline when to possibly reconsider this position and move on? If 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 Russia attacked North America and took out in a barrage all of our data centers and our power centers and took out our telecommunications and used nuclear weapons to do so, and a nuclear winter ensued, so that our life was reduced to pages of The Road by Coleman McCarthy, I think then you should get out, because our civilization will have been blown back to the Dark Ages or to the Stone Ages. But as long as the United States and Canada are leaders in the transformative technology of AI, as long as we have energy, which Canada has, I don't know about us, as long as we have water, Canada has, to keep it cool, data centers, I think anything you can describe, depression, delay, uh, um, China rising, anything you can describe other than all-out nuclear war, AI is going to be a critical part of it. Robotics are taking over factories. Robotics are taking over taxis. Everything you and I are doing in this conversation requires computers and software. That's where AI is. But you don't believe that Railtown solves the problem. I don't blame you. They haven't been able to talk about it. They haven't been able to talk about it. So I don't think you're going to be in this stock for the long run, Bill. Maybe you'll stay in it for $5. But what I think is going to happen with Railtown is, as the revenues come out on the Railtown side of the company over the next 2 to 90 days, 6 months, I think Railtown is going to credibly be able to go to 150 million in revenue or better. And that's the forward 12 months. You don't know about that now. The market doesn't know about that now. So you're judging it now, which, fair enough. That's all you got to see. But if the stock gets to 150 million in revenue, I think the stock will be bought out at 150 times that revenue. Let's say 75 times that revenue. 150 million times 75. 11 billion divided by 250 million shares. $45 a share. So I think the stock, that's just the Railtown side. If you add in AIP, I think AIP equally can be rolled up. I think they can show forward revenue of 150 million. I think Railtown could be a company with projections of 300 million forward 12 months, sometime in the first quarter, second quarter of next year. I don't know that all of AIP's revenue is going to be as valuable as conductor revenue. So I don't know, use 50 times that, 300 million times 50, it's 15 billion as a valuation. Again, assuming that the background, now you're very negative on AI. You read the report from Deutsche Bank. There's a lot of people out there that are worried about, which used to happen in the dot-coms as well, but the circle jerk of financing and contracts and basically faking it until you make it going on in the revenue story in the bigger companies. And you just don't believe it, Bill. So that, you've given it a chance. Might as well get out before it goes up. I don't know what's going on. But if you take 15 billion and you divide it by 250 million shares, again, we can't know these things exactly. That's a $60 stock. I think when you combine Railtown's 12-month revenues going forward with AIP's, and obviously you do combine them, they're the same company, I think the company is going to be worth $60 a share first quarter, second quarter of next year. Is it going to be that tomorrow? No. I mean, GDC, once they get the audit done, if they get one done, I mean, it's got to go up, right? So that, at least you know that. You don't know when Railtown is going to announce revenue deals. And then even if they announce the revenue deals, are they going to put revenue in it? You don't know it. You're more comfortable with the information that you're getting on Twitter, which is fine. At least it's information. Railtown is not about making sure you know the story or I know the story, frankly. Railtown's about creating the greatest value for shareholders, because that's what they own, is shares. They don't have high salaries. They don't have high expenses. They just own shares. So now you asked for a timeline. I gave you the news timeline I see. I think by the end of the year, let me just add up the weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11 and a half. I think by the end of the year, the stock's $12. So, with a broad range margin of error. And I think in the first quarter of next year, they will be, because of their hard work, because of the work behind the scenes that we haven't been able to see, I think in the first quarter of next year, Railtown will be able to confidently project forward 12 months of at least 150 million in revenue. And I think the conductor revenue is massively profitable. I would guess they would roll up the most profitable of the AIP companies. So if they get to 150 million or better, a perfect analog is Soundhound, SOUN. who's doing about that revenue now without making any money. I think Railtown will be making money hands over fists. Soundhound trades for $7 or $7.5 billion, and you know that's a nice comp for Railtown. Railtown is in the business, the single hottest. You can say it's a bubble, like Deutsche Bank says. I don't think Deutsche Bank is talking about software developers, which is what Railtown services. I don't think Deutsche Bank is going to say that demand for software developers is going to disappear. I think Deutsche Bank is talking about data centers being overbuilt and talking about the multiples and the anticipation on the Mag 7, but we can just use AI, a report from Deutsche Bank, to be negative on everything. They're not the only ones. I read the other day here in Barron's, where they were negative. Here's an article comparing AI to GameStop and AMC. Complete non sequitur. So Railtown hasn't gone up. There's no bubble in Railtown, none. So I guess you can avoid the bubble that way by just avoiding it going up. I think Railtown will be $60 a share. I guess, to be fair, that's a Canadian number because it's Canadian revenue. But I think Railtown will be $60 a share Q1/Q2 next year. And I wouldn't move on until then, at least. But even then, I wouldn't move on because I think the company is going to be bought out. Why pay taxes if the natural buyer of this company is Microsoft? Corey Brandolini has sold a company to Microsoft before. If Microsoft issues stock, just 1% of its market cap, it's over $100 a share, but you don't have to pay. And we don't know the variables. We don't know how many shares are outstanding, but you don't have to pay taxes on that. And your account has been placed in what many consider an investment grade stock, and you haven't paid taxes. So I wouldn't sell. I just think I would buy. If I understand your question, you have 10,000. I would buy Railtown today. I would take advantage of it. You're paying more than you were, but your advantage is that most of the news has already been announced. I can't use the word quiet period. Brandon pointed out to me that's incorrect. I don't know what to call it, though. That period from February 11th till last Wednesday is over. So you don't have to wait. But you're going to, and I think you're being skeptical, which very normal. And if it's so good, why isn't the stock up today? Why wasn't it up last week? And I mean, those are our gut instincts, and those are our embedded responses after years of experience. Designed to save us, I guess. But I think in this case, there are good reasons to hold. If Railtown there's going to be research. Corey is going to go out and give interviews and maybe even give one here. I would at least wait till you hear him. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a great interviewer, but I'll do my best. But I at least wait till you hear that. I would buy, not sell. I think I've made that clear. I don't want to put an artificial deadline on when you should move along. Because I think it's a misreading of the opportunity to invest in Railtown. This has been a 6-year strategy by Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad. And they want it to be early. They built a solution to real problems in software development. And my understanding, although I haven't had that confirmed, is they checked around. Is anybody doing this? Hey, you guys that in this space, in the big companies, anybody doing this? Nobody was doing it. So it is a first mover. It does solve a problem. It's been dead in the water because of attorneys. And you're at your limit of waiting, or near it. I don't know what to say about that feeling. We haven't seen what happens yet when revenues and deal flow start meeting money ready to invest. And I've heard from more than one place that there's an arms race right now to buy AI companies, that have a product ready to go, that are already commercialized in the commercialization phase. And I actually think Railtown could be bought out before the end of the first quarter, maybe sooner. I think that's a little bit optimistic, but I think it could happen. So our natural indication to go negative, particularly since we expected that once the news came out, buying would come in. I don't think the news was complete news, but where is the buying? The buying from whales and large investors, they're just human beings. They don't have desks. They don't have research analysts. They don't have a committee. They're just human. So my guess is when they saw MOU and Amalgamated, if they were from the United States, they called Corey. Well, it takes a little while to tell the story, get through all of them. And I also think they're very much like you, Bill. They're saying, well, why isn't the stock up? So they're not buying, which is counterintuitive. I think the investors that Canaccord reaches out to, I don't work at Canaccord, but Canaccord has retail. They're in the top 4 investment banks in Canada. Canaccord has retail clients and institutional clients. And I don't know. Canaccord might be in the middle of a financing with Railtown. Canaccord might be in the process of writing a research report. Canaccord may still be engaged in the advice of how to acquire AIP and how to raise money elsewhere. It's possible that at Canaccord, the stock is still on the restricted list. It may not last much longer, but it's possible that Canaccord's brokers on the retail side still aren't allowed to pitch the stock, but have not even been told about the stock. So research or a presentation by Corey in a roadshow format may have not have happened there yet. So maybe that buying hasn't even started. But further at Canaccord, if they have the Merrill Lynch rule at Canaccord, the retail brokers are not allowed to recommend or solicit stock to buy under $5 a share. I don't know. Every brokerage firm is different, but Wall Street pretty much has instituted a policy that if you're a wealth advisor, you're not allowed to pitch a stock to your clients if it's under $5. So there's some of that going on. Canaccord may not yet be able to talk to their institutional clients, but they may find their institutional clients are looking at other more urgent, bigger deals, private deals, hot deals that they've got to put their eyeballs on, and they've just put Railtown just for the time being on the back burner. I don't know, but it's plausible that Canaccord is not yet doing some sort of full court press with its clientele to get them to buy Railtown. AIP, I think it's self-evident the deal's not closed. I doubt anybody there is really talking, pitching, buying on the AIP side and all the extended amounts until that deal is done, which I think will be this week. So that leaves Railtown talking to their investors, and maybe they are. But maybe what they're doing first is making sure news starts getting out. Let's get these revenue. They got a lot on their plate. So it's disappointing, but I think the buying, once it starts coming in, as the stock gets over $1, you'll see some of these smaller institutions. The tough part's getting it over $1. And then you'll see some of these bigger pools of money come in, not a lot, probably just a handful that are allowed to do it. Gets over 2, gets over 3, that might bring in additional. Gets over 4, maybe that's a trigger point. But once it's over $5, particularly in the United States, everybody can buy it. Everybody can recommend it. And that's when I think you'll see the combined effect of buying, of stock coming off the market and going into institutional hands. And then the shorts no longer having power to affect the price. You're going to start seeing this stock go from 50 cents to being a New York Stock Exchange listed stock. I don't know if you could ever call it investment grade, but $25, $30, $35. But it may not even make it that far. I think it's going to get bought out. So I don't think there's a timeline to reconsider owning Railtown. I think the only thing to do is buy it and wait, unfortunately. But stock's 48.59, and I think you've shown, Bill, you don't want to own it any more than 40,000, really, and you hesitate. So let's see what GDC's doing. Maybe that's a good place, but you might already have enough of that, 6,000 shares. I don't know. Maybe you can round that up to 10,000 shares. I don't know. It's 530, and they put out news that the per share value of Bitcoin was like $22 or $20 $2.70 or something like that. But they didn't use the entire implied float. It's more like $15 to $16. So if it goes to 15, you can triple your money. $16, you can triple your money. Maybe that's the best place for you to put that 10 grand, Bill. I don't know. I can't convince you. Fast Eddie, how are you? Let's see. Oh, Bill Miko, not just hold if nothing seems to happen over the next few weeks or months. I think few weeks to a few months is, if you're looking to reconsider, that'll give you a few weeks to a few months, will give you time to judge the news flow. I think there's going to be a lot of, look, I'm making an assumption. I think there's a big pipeline coming out of Railtown. We already know about 4 or 5 companies. My guess is they've got another, I don't know, another 10, 15, 20 companies that are either close to signed up or virtually signed up, and they're going to be announced. So I think if you give it a few weeks, and maybe till the end of the year, I think you're going to see the news flow. You can judge it. You're going to see corporate presentations that they haven't been able to make. I think you're going to see validation from third parties, research, and maybe think tanks. And maybe you'll start seeing kind of a fourth point. You'll start seeing the big institutional buying and maybe a strategic investor. And when you see a Mark Andreessen, I'm making that up, but somebody of that ilk put up $20 million or $10 million in the company at $6, that'll give you confidence. That'll give you confidence. So I think, I don't think nothing is happening. I don't even think nothing has happened in the stock price. The stock price has gone from roughly 42, 44 cents to 50 or 48. I got to look. 48 cents. I mean, it's not great, but it's up. It's up. It was higher, buy on the rumor, sell on the news. But we really haven't heard anything. We did get the news that they kind of, they brought in this group that can set up, get-togethers once a week. They brought that group in. I think it's a good deal. I think digital is a pretty powerful alliance, but when a New York investor, an investment bank, even if they're even looking, reads that headline, they go, oh, I got to move on, got to move on, got to move on. It wasn't a powerful way to present the news. But I think digital is a good company. It's got something like 1,500 members in their organization. Those become natural clients for Railtown. So I think it's not bad news, but it just didn't have the impact that we wanted. But the thing it didn't say is that the deal is finalized. It said pending shareholder vote. So it was kind of it wasn't great. It was good that they did it, but it just wasn't great. And so I think we got to give them a mulligan on that. And the second piece of news that day was this Uniserve Corp. I think that was great news. That's 3,000 companies. 3,000 companies. But they haven't been out there telling us why it's good. So we look at it and we go, And the shorts just keep selling. They see MOU in the headline, they sell. So we look at this and we say, oh, it's doing nothing. I don't see it that way. It's a little bit like Campe Fligere. We're seeing a little bit the burning fields. We're seeing a little bit of the bubbles and steam, but so far the roads can be driven on. The houses just shake a little bit, but soon the eruption is coming in Naples, and 500,000 people will be dead, and Europe will be shut down for a while. And but when? It's happening, but when? That's kind of Railtown. Let me see. Not looking to sell off. Oh, not looking to set off on a tangent. Just want a truthful response. Well, I mean, I don't think I've given untruthful responses all this time, but I can only put it in my context. And the problem with listening to my point of view is that I'm bullish. I've asked the hard questions. I constantly question my premises, and I hate waiting too. I wish this were over. I hate the opportunity cost, the perceived opportunity cost, the fear of missing out cost of waiting. But I think that Railtown will be bought out within 9 months. I'll just say over $100 a share. I think it'll be higher than that. Obviously, it could take longer. I could make very reasonable projections. Again, assuming the market is still strong, assuming the multiples are still there, I can come up with extremely reasonable, and maybe I'll do that later in this call. But I think the company's worth $175 in a buyout. But the longer you wait, the more risk that some of the assumptions change. So if they were to agree to a sale by, a letter of intent or whatever, to a sale by the end of the year, this year, maybe it's $75, maybe it's $100. I wouldn't want to be out of this stock for any reason whatsoever. I don't think there's a better stock to be in. There may be, I just don't know of them. A lot of these kind of opportunities are in the private equity chain, and you won't see it until it's already in the news. The idea that AI is being overbuilt, the capacity is getting too large, that doesn't take away from Railtown's strategy. Railtown's strategy is basically companies have to upgrade their software, and they've got to fix their data breaches. They've got to be secure, and they're going into the vertical networks, and they believe there's going to be demand for secure data that doesn't leak out into the internet. And that doesn't change if Open Chat or whatever it's called has done a deal with NVIDIA that's basically a fake revenue deal unless open chat can raise some money. That doesn't really interrupt the Railtown model. It'll interrupt the multiples, no question about that. But Railtown's going to be cash flowing like a banshee. So I don't know. Just want a truthful response. I think the announcement this week, the two could be powerful. I mean, if I were doing it, I'd lead with my best announcements first. I think next week could be, instead of one announcement, it could be two. The following week, it could be two. The following week, it could be two. And then when the stock is $4, $5, $6, you're going to have a double whammy. There's going to be able to be Merrill Lynch rule buying and institutional buying. But on top of that, they'll be able to start rolling up the AIP companies in revenue. And this is going to accelerate like a runaway train. I see no reason to sell the stock soon. And if I had 10 grand, which I don't, I would love to be able to buy 20,000 shares of, I think that's right, 20,000 shares of Railtown. I would just love it. 20,000 shares of Railtown be worth $1 million in my judgment. But there's a lot of variables the longer you go out. And I think as we go forward, as we get information, we'll be able to really give a finer target. But this is one of the most exciting opportunities for equity creation I've seen in my career. And it's because of the macro of the industry and the micro of Railtown. So I don't know if I did a good job with that, but I'd buy the shares. I wouldn't sell. And if you want a timeline, I'd at least give it into January. You've got to factor in everything up in Canada is done in a gentlemanly way, slow way. How does that make you feel? Way. It's not the hustle bustle of New York City. So I would say you got to wait at least till January. But I really think the stock will triple by the beginning of next week. Or get over $1.25. Julie Kim, I love it. I bought one share. I love it. That's all you got to do. One share. That's great, Julie. That's great. Hey, Jim, how are you? Hey, Gary, I guess I need to write down that Julie bought one. Hey, Gary, Akira Nova, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Scott. Strange trading now. Algo's running the bids. Absolutely. It's all computerized, increasing by a few hundredths of a cent. The algo buying could be the shorts trying to cover. It could be trying to move trades offshore, but it also could be just arbitrage. You've got more than just Railtown Canada and Railtown USA, you've got the US dollar and the Canadian dollar. Those are four variables, and they try to pick off 0.0001 in their trades. So it could be a lot of arbitrage, but no question, it's all computerized. When the funds start buying, I expect them to use computers. And obviously, as you know, Scott, if retail buys, there are no market. There's no phone call to a desk. It's not human. It's all computerized. I think the majority of trading, 85-95% of trading, is all computerized. I'd love to set up an exchange that's just physical. Let's get physical. They try to convince you that there's real sellers. Nobody's selling, with the possible exception eventually that Bill Miko might sell. I'm just teasing, of course, in a few weeks, but nobody's selling. It's just the computerized arbitrage or short selling. This stock price is not telling you the value of the stock, in my judgment. Obviously, at this moment in time, it's telling you that a false supply of sales versus a very timid volume of buyers, supply and demand, that such as it is this morning, is 49 cents, 48 cents. It's nothing, though. It's just boring. It's not telling you anything is wrong with the company. If you're Corey and Marwan running the company, your number one priority is booking revenue. That's your number one priority. It's not what your stock price is doing every day. It's not updating your shareholders per se. Your sole focus as a businessman, two businessmen, is booking revenue. Book it, book it, book it, book it, book it, book it, book it. And it's kind of like that scene in Trading Places where they start selling their futures whichever way, but the whole crowd comes to them. And I would imagine behind the scenes at Railtown that they have dozens of employees making sure they book revenue, and that's their focus. If I were Corey Brandolini and I had 100 incoming phone calls and 7 of them were revenue deals, those would be the calls I'd be returning first. And I'd be spending all my time on them. And I'd tell Rebecca to let the rest of the people know he'd get back to them. Guys, I think they're very busy. I don't think this is a sign that there's something wrong at Railtown. I think it's a sign they're overwhelmed with the potential of enterprise sales agreements, ESAs, and they're booking them. They're booking them. Print it, print it, print it. Get it done. Get it done. That's what I do. I'd be in at 6 a.m. I'd stay till 11:30, and I'd make sure every single one of those was finalized. Then I'd get back. Then I'd get back to investors. But I'd make sure quietly that I knew that over this week, next week, the next few weeks, I booked $100 million in revenue. That's what I'd be focused on. So I don't take it as a negative. I don't think U.S. investors, and I'm one of them, I don't think we matter particularly in the business plan, in the business model. The business model is go from, they're going to be an overnight success. It took them 6 years to get here, but they're going to go from here to the top of the heap by focusing on revenue, 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 revenue. That's what I think they're tied up with. And maybe they can hire somebody who can write a, well, I'm sure they have them. Their last presentations have been pretty good. But it's interesting, Scott, I'm watching it right now. There's nothing on the offer, 2,680, and the bid keeps moving around, and the offer is 0.4977. So the stock must be going up in Canada. Let me look if I can get a sense of it. Oh no, I'll go OTC. Why isn't this working? Okay, so I'll go OTC markets, and let's see if they do rail. RAIL. They don't do rail. So they don't do Canadian rail. So I'll just do R. I'll go to Yahoo. Yeah, starting back up. It's 117,000 shares, but on a delayed quote, it's starting to go back up in Canada. That's the key, is the Canadian stock price. Hey, Red Pepper Ronnie. Ward Richardson. Good morning, William. My gut feeling is that Railtown RT is in a coiled position right now. My dog used to be in coiled positions when he went to sleep. But I know what you mean. You think it's about to spring forward. Ward Richardson, I've been in this position before with other disruptive stocks. It is a great feeling. Yeah, I agree with you. And I if I had 10 grand like Bill does, man, I would, if somebody came in and gave me 10 grand, I'd probably, wow, nobody's giving me 10 grand. But I'd buy the stock. There's some bills to pay, so I would probably use whatever, half of it. Richard K. Too bad I have a bunch tied up in MMAT and MMTLP, but at least I have some seed money in Railtown. I don't know what ABAT is. Let me look it up. This need to chase stocks after they've already gone up is lethal. Lethal. The best thing to do, the easiest money, what we have to trade is this damnable waiting. But what we have to trade is time. I'm looking at this battery company, and its low is 73 cents, and now it's 11. And let's go hop in it. The time to have been buying it is 73 cents, if you knew. I'm not criticizing. I know my voice goes up. I know it gets, I'm not trying to say anything negative, but it's up nicely today, 20%. I think that, Richard, is what's going to happen to Railtown. I wonder how that chart looks. It's sort of September, October, but I expect that's what's going to happen with Railtown. It looks like, this is a crappy chart, but it looks like it went from under 250. Well, at some point this year it was 73 cents, but it was August, September, it was under 250. I mean, like I say, it's a crappy chart. It had been higher in August. And then it just suddenly went to 5 over what looks to be a 1 week period, pulled back a bit, went over 5, pulled back a bit. And then from finally, it's just launched from 5 to 11. And I think that you're going to see that in Railtown. I fully believe that's what's coming. And that's why I get so probably pedantic and annoying. I just don't want people to get out of this stock. I don't want Bill to get out. I wish he would buy, because I think that's what he's going to see, and you're going to see, Richard, before year end. Obviously, those are predictions, not promises, but I think you're going to see American battery technology moves before year end. And it's going to feel good to have purchased the stock at 60 cents, at 50 cents, at 40 cents. Some people at 30 cents. In terms of MMAT, I didn't invest in that. I really loved the story. I had invested in Torchlight, and I think lost money. The problem with Torchlight, with any company in American markets today, if you need capital, it's actually better for the shorts if you have a good project. They're going to take it from you. They're going to take your money. If you sign a toxic note, I've never been able to find out if Torchlight signed a toxic note, but the way the stock traded, sure enough. The markets are nothing like they used to be. Nothing. Everything's on the private equity side. So I lost money in Torchlight, just so you know. I don't think it was gigantic, but I think I had 20,000 shares of Torchlight. I probably lost, well, it wasn't a lot of money to me then because I had an account. But it was, I probably lost 2 or 3 points. So I probably lost, I could have lost 80. But back then, that, I had a really much bigger account. And I probably made that up somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, so I lost money, Richard, in Torchlight. I didn't lose money in MMAT, so I think I paid my dues in Torchlight. But I did buy, I think the number is $44,000 worth of MMTOP. It's all gone. And I can bemoan it. I can bemoan the 120 grand I lost in finger motion because I went, are you there? Are you dead? Where are you? They're waiting for you. You better get there. You know, of course, they weren't there when I showed up to do an interview for that movie. That's a lot of money, just poof. I regret that. I'd love to have 80 grand to buy Railtown with. I don't. I don't have it. It's gone. Uh, um, as you know, I lost money in GTII. I did, at the end of that run, move what was left to Logic. I lost that. I'd love to have all the money I had in GTII. I'd love to have all the money I had briefly in CRTD. It's just all gone. And that's my belief of these kind of stocks. The systemic nature, the unrelenting nature of the robots that sell stock in our corrupt markets on behalf of our funds, they're going to win in the end. So, yeah, it's been tough. It hasn't been easy losing that money. It has not been easy. But the time goes by anyway. I can bemoan it, which sometimes I do. Walking by myself or late at night, I get frustrated. But I also tried to trade some of these other stocks and tried to get back in it, with the likes of a Nixie or a Logic or some of these others that you guys like. But on June 4th or 5th, I hadn't built up anything in my account significantly doing those trades. For every little bit I made on one stock, I gave back. Every step forward, I had 2 or 3 step back. So, yes, there's always a chance one of these other stocks squeezes. But if it happens and I'm not in it, I'll just be happy for the people that make that money. I will be. But it's like a lottery ticket. Railtown, for me, Richard, and it's primarily my IRA. That's it. It's my IRA. So it's not necessarily that it's going to change my life, but it'll give me a different outlook. I think there's a couple of these little stocks that can't trade. I can't remember, but it's all Railtown. And it's significant enough that if the stock does go to the higher targets, I'll be back in terms of having an investable account. But I don't have enough that if it goes to $5, that I can just say, I'm going to get out and my life is good again. I don't have enough for that. So, but if that's what the market tells us, then that's what we got to do. I don't think that's going to happen. But my point, Richard, is you got to start somewhere. And I thought Railtown a year ago, when I first started talking about it, I thought Railtown was a great trade. And just to repeat myself, but try to do it quickly, Railtown matched what I've seen particularly in the oil and gas space over and over again, but I've seen it in other industries too, that if you go out and build out a successful company, you you have an idea, you have a theory, you put the team together, you acquire the acreage, you prove it up, you start drilling, and you cash flow it, and you're adding acreage and adding seismic and expanding it. Somebody comes along and gobbles you up, and they pay multiples. You can't believe the multiples they pay. What happens is when you're in the value creation phase, the value goes up algorithmically, and by the time that a big boy or girl comes in to buy it out, they pay based on arithmetic projections. You get this hockey stick lift, and you don't understand it. Why? They have all the money in the world. Why didn't they just do it themselves? Well, partly it's the person occupying the desk doesn't want to take that risk, because if she did it early, she might get fired. But if she waits and buys a successful project, she gets promoted and she's a hero. So that's part of it. But the other is these bigger companies are so busy, their manpower is aggressively working in other areas much, much bigger. So they'll wait till those smaller startups come onto the radar screen, then they'll gobble them up. And then what's the benefit to them isn't this, they don't need these huge rocket ships. What they need to put on their balance sheet is assets and revenue that they can show their investors. So you're going to have companies like an Apple, to me, vulnerable to competition ramping past them. How do they get they got to go buy. They got to go buy the revenue. And anyway, Railtown was that kind of idea a year ago because it matched something else that I've been raising money not that successfully for, and it's now sold out in the oil and gas software space. Same kind of pattern. The guy that did it, guy named Flanagan, he did it 2 or 3 times before, built software, sold one to KKR, I think at 10x, sold the other one to either Halliburton or Schlumberger, something like that, or maybe a little more. And same kind of concept. Now he's doing it again, and it's brilliant. They've got 30 or 40 customers. They all love it. Same concept, and they'll sell. They're private. They'll probably sell to one of their biggest users, or a Schlumberger, or a Halliburton. Well, that's what Railtown looked like a year ago. Their customers, Microsoft. Let's just focus. That's all I needed to see. And the guy's done it before. They're commercializing. Wow. They'll sell to Microsoft. They'll probably sell it at $10 and move on. That's all I thought about a year ago. And then it slowed. It went as slow as molasses, and then it got kind of stuck in jello or stuck in cement for 9 months. But the story just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And so now I think the buyout is going to be gigantic. So anyway, my point, Richard, even if you only have a few shares, I wish you could afford more. Even if you have 1,000 or 2,000 shares, I think what Railtown's going to do, in your case, and to a lesser extent in my case, it's not going to make us, these big accounts again, but it's going to get us back to square one, or maybe slightly ahead of square one. And then there's going to be things we can do. There's going to be things we can do. So I'm glad you're in. I'm glad you're in real time. Hey, Tebow, Teals. Hey, Ward. FUCK silver. I don't want to see it. So it costs you $60 to buy silver. You could have bought all the silver you wanted just as recently as 3 months ago, under $30. I'm not thrilled seeing that, Ward. I think the wealth creation phase, the easy wealth creation phase of silver, the easy trade's over with. I think silver now will double in this uplift, but it's going to be volatile. It might not double. It might only go to 60 or 75. So it's riskier now. But I think the momentum is going to be very strong. It's too bad. It's too bad. There's one situation where I've just been waiting. Other areas of my life I've been waiting, and it's a minor tragedy. But you know what's weird? With everyone I talked to when silver was 25, 20, it's still the same human experience. It's too small. Yeah, they wouldn't believe me. I believed me and knew it. That trade is still a great trade, Ward. But it's going to be more volatile. So it's a lot like Railtown. If you had established your position in silver at $25 or $30, now that it's $60, you'd be comfortable buying more. And if silver, because the banks are going to fight back. There'll be a day where that's down 20%, 30%. It might be from higher than now. But when that happens, you'd feel strong because you bought so much earlier. Now you buy it, you might be stepping into a firestorm and it could be down 20 or 30%, and you're sick to your stomach and you might be shaken out. That's where we are now with silver. We're now in, it's not a layup like it was for the last 2 years, 3 years. But, you know, I do think Railtown is in the wealth creation phase. So if Railtown goes to a $1.50, it's way outperformed silver. And then it's tricky. Do you hop over to silver? I don't think so, because I think if Railtown goes to a $1.50, it can go to $15 by January sometime. And that's much better than silver. But there's there's risk in everything. And if cash is the worst place, sitting on cash for a year and a half, waiting for cash to be released, anybody in that situation, your cash just went down by half. You could have put that money in silver and doubled it. If you had 10 million in cash, you double it by buying silver. I still think that's ahead of silver, but it's going to be volatile, so it's going to be trickier. It doesn't mean we can't make money in silver, but Ward, I do not like seeing that. That's my own thing that bothers me very, very much. Waiting in Railtown, waiting on release of funds. I hate it that the single best investment idea is already, I mean, it's actually tripled. You could have purchased silver, I think it's about 2.5, 3 years ago. For quite a while, you could have purchased it under $20. Nobody wanted it. And now everybody talks about it. Everybody wants to be in. Everybody's an expert. That'll happen in Railtown, by the way. Everybody will be an expert. Everybody will want it. And I think it's going to be a long run. Ward, my view is silver. I think it's going to go to 120. It's going to bust through 52, and it'll be like, it'll double. My caution on silver is, I mean, and as you pointed out, it's already through 52. That silver now is making all-time highs, but it's nominal highs. And it was such a layup, but you got to wait on, you always got to wait for other people, so you can be right on a trade and pushing on it, and you miss it completely. But my one risk factor on silver is the banks are going to fight back. But bottom line, what's happening to silver? There isn't any silver. There's probably half a year's worth of silver in the warehouses, so to speak. Silver may, all those futures contracts, they may be forced to settle for cash. Silver could go to 250 overnight. And I'll miss it because waiting on attorneys and bureaucrats and you know, hey, everybody thinks cash is good. Cash sucks. Cash sucks. From now on, your wealth is going to be silver, gold, and other things like that, oil and gas, what you know, land, revenue streams. But cash is going to suck. On the other hand, in a crash, cash gives you something with which to buy. The opportunity cost for having cash tied up for the last year, more than double in silver. It's a huge opportunity cost. One of the safest trades I've ever seen. But it's how it goes. All right, here's M. I think Railtown should not be price anchored to low prices. Line of all trades was thinking 500 could be reality. Baloney. Line of all trades would never say that. You're just lying. So if you don't mind, I'm going to move on. Railtown's not going to be $500. Let me just take an opportunity and show you. I don't like the ridicule and I don't like the bullying. And I hope you're proud of it. You must have a short trade on. You know, I hope you make some money today because you deserve it. You're such a good person. But let's just show you where I get my numbers. I don't think it's going to 500. So screw you. And I don't think Lion of all trades said it. But Railtown conductor I think by the end of the year, first quarter, will achieve, it's a projection. I could be too high. Frankly, I could be too low. In annual recurring revenue, with projections, I'm not going to write that down, with projections just going gigantically higher. I think AIP by the first quarter, I think they could roll up 150 million. So in the first quarter, you could have a company that projects 300 million in revenue. $300 million in revenue in the first quarter. Now, that could be lower, that could be lower. I'm just giving you, I think the 150s eminently achievable. And this is just a third of of AIP's current revenues. This is possible at some point in the first quarter, looking forward, that they can project 300 million in revenue. The current multiples given to that kind of revenue, particularly if it can grow and keep growing, are all the way up to 200x. But let's just use 50x. And there's another assumption. You assume the revenues stay strong. You assume the revenues stay strong. So that's a variable that we can't know in the first quarter. But if the multiples are still strong, we'll assume 50. So you have a $15 billion company. And I don't know, they have 222 million, let's say 275 million shares outstanding. That gives you a target M of 54.54. So revenue of 300 million, forward revenue of 300 million, 50x, it could be 100x, could be 75x, could be 150x. We don't know, could be lower, I suppose. That's 15 billion enterprise value divided by 270 million shares, 75 million shares. It's a $54 stock price target, 55 if you round it up. $55 stock price target. That's where I get it from, Em. I'm not pulling it out of my ass. I'm not making it up. And I'd appreciate it if you kept your lies off of this channel. If you're in the middle of a short trade, good luck with it. But don't come pick on people here. Don't bully here. If you're so good at trading, just do it in silence with your computers. You don't have to come pick on anybody here. I'd like to say it's beneath you, but I can't imagine there's anything on the planet that's beneath you. Hey, John, in Honolulu, in Hawaii, I forget the cruise, Princess Cruise or something. They're good for you. Solomon's Treasure bought 2,000. All right, Solomon, all right. Somebody's buying, somebody's taking advantage. Good things come to those with weight. Good things come to those who wait. Hey, so now what? J Froze, still going after the bros. I'm going to assume I don't understand that. Because if I take it literally, I think you're totally wrong. But I have no idea what you're saying. JFro's still in GTII. Why are you in GTII? It's worthless, and you'll never get your money back in GTII. You'll be crammed down. You're already crammed down. You'll get a chance. If that guy, I think he's crazy if he does it, but if that, because he already knows your name, but if that guy decides to use GTII as his shell, he'll come to you with a new uh, investment opportunity. We'll talk about it then. But GTII is truly worthless. 69 Canadian. Wow, it's still down here. FINRA wants to quash discovery of hedge fund trading practices in MMAT lawsuit. MMAT lawsuit judge to rule on FINRA quash motion soon. Well, there is the one avenue to getting something back is fraud. How long did it take before you knew that cigarettes cause cancer and the tobacco industry had to make a relatively small payout? How long did that take? How long did it go from when you knew about asbestos to Peter Angelos making a big payday? Fraud's a great avenue, but it'll be a decade. And who will make the money, which I think he deserves, would be Wes Christensen. And you'll get, look, anyway, I hope it works. I love that they're making progress. I really do. And when we make money here, we can go help. That's my attitude. I'm trying to fix what I see as the issue. The issue is we lost money. Let's make money. Let's get back to being financially independent. Then we can help. I'm trying not to be the victim. I'm trying to be the conqueror. Chestnut picked up 4,000 more. Good for you, Chestnut. $106. That's brilliant. You're going to be rich. Bank of Hawaii is on Kauai. I'm not Bank Hawaii. You guys should fly Air Alaska, but you can't. All right, I'm going to show you guys something. I forget what it all was now. I forget what it all was now. I forget. I forget what it all was. But I'm going to go through it. I'm going to torture myself showing you things that I thought were important last night. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's see, they're going to say, you sure have a lot of files. I'm going to take down John's, okay. You can do these kind of Googles. I just Googled last night. This is an article I came up with. This week's 10 biggest funding rounds, AI and robotics. Robotics is tied to AI at the hip. Busy week for deal making dated September 19th, 2005. Another week, another review of giant AI financing. For the standard fundraiser, it was a humanoid robot, Series C. See, I argue you're able to buy Railtown in the seed phase. It's not even in the series phase. This is where all these funders are. They're in the private equity. Railtown, you get a chance to buy. By the time private equity does this, and if you ever get a chance to buy these companies, it'll be via a mutual fund or a bigger company, or it's in an IPO. You're able to buy Railtown without all this markup to the private equity guys. Anyway, here you go. Figure is robotics. Let's skip that one. Grok landed 750 million in new round. They don't tell you the revenue, but the valuation is 7 billion. Divergent, 290 million. Series E, 2.3 billion. Lila Sciences, they don't give you the value. Dyna Robotics, they don't give you the value. Colossal Biosciences, they don't give you the value. Here's Invisible Technologies, AI, a software platform, raised 100 million, and they reached 134 million in revenue, but they don't tell you the value of the company. But they raised $100 million. Upscale AI raised $100 million. Olin Biosciences, I guess it's AI. And then Chestnut Carbon. These are the big deals. Many of them specifically AI. Top 100 AI startup funding and investment statistics. The artificial intelligence startup ecosystem has reached unprecedented heights in 2025, with venture capital flowing into AI companies at record levels while the market continues to grow. We analyzed latest statistics on AI startup funding, trends, metrics, and dynamics. Struggle with AI talent shortages and navigate the global competitive AI landscape. This is from Second Talent. It's all the same article. The artificial intelligence startup ecosystem reached unprecedented heights. We analyzed. As organizations struggle with AI talent shortages and navigate globally, understanding startup funding patterns becomes important for strategic decision making. Executive summary. In 2025, AI startups have attracted 89 billion in global venture capital. representing 34%, a third of all venture capital investment. This unprecedented capital concentration reflects investor confidence in AI's transformative potential, though market selectivity has increased significantly, with funding increasingly concentrated among later stage, that's Railtown, companies and proven business models, that's Railtown. According to PricewaterhouseCoopers Money Tree report, AI startups now command average valuations 3 times higher than traditional technology companies, driven by the promise of scalable AI solutions. Railtown is scalable, and it is a solution, and massive market opportunities. Global AI startup funding overview. Here's the pattern. Leading the pack, North America. Number of deals, 1,847. Average deal size, year-over-year growth, market share. 60% of the deals are done in North America. Another reason why Canada has to become our 51st state. All right. From 24, while North America continues to dominate absolute funding volumes, Europe shows the strongest growth momentum. And then over here, I tried to highlight in yellow, 47 new AI unicorns created. Will Railtown be a unicorn? It could be. I think they're going to be bought out, but they could be a unicorn. Then down here, pre-seed, funding stage, pre-seed/seed. That's the valuation you are paying right now. You're not paying Series A, Series B, Series C. You're not paying the growth and late stage multiple. You're paying the pre-seed valuation. And here's the investments. Over 2,000 deals. Top AI sectors. Here's number one right here. Generative AI and large language models. That is Railtown. Generative AI. Now you also have autonomous vehicles. You have healthcare. That's the next big one. Fintech, cybersecurity, AI infrastructure. Railtown helps all of these. It goes on top of all of these. Hottest sectors. See this down here? Hottest sectors, generative AI. That's Railtown. And then see in the orange? Generative AI dominates with 23 billion investment, representing 28% of all AI funding. That's where Railtown is. Average valuation, see over here? Generative AI. I mean, it's sort of a non sequitur, but the average valuation is almost $1 billion, 890 million. You put 890 million on Railtown and you have 10x. You have 10x, you have a $5 stock. This is happening. Now, can it stop? Sure, it can stop. But does that mean you should ignore these trends? I don't think so. All right, top AI investment categories. Generative AI, Railtown. Railtown. And over here, 890 million average valuation. Again, it's kind of a non sequitur because we don't know enough. I skipped a page. Some of the stuff was repetitive. Revenue multiples versus traditional tech. It's hard to see that. Let me see if I can zoom in for you. It's 45x right here, generative AI, 45x. I've been using 50, so excuse me, but it's 45x for generative AI. And down here, who are the top AI investors? Who are the top AI investors? Numero uno, Microsoft, Google, Andreessen, Sequoia Capital. Number one there, Microsoft. Here it says it again. AI companies trade, I drew a yellow arrow right up here. AI companies trade at 45 times revenue multiples. AI companies trade at 45 times revenue multiples. AI companies trade at 45 times revenue multiples. Generative platforms, AI, 45 times. Traditional, all the way down here, 8 times. And you know where Constellation Software makes its bones? Down here. How could they jump? If they bought Railtown. All right, this is the idea of becoming a unicorn. Average time to unicorn, 3 years. Railtown's been out there 6 years. And faster scaling over here, faster scaling, Railtown scales. Median unicorn valuation, median, 1.8 billion. That was 2024. Now, to make blanket comparisons is not perfect. It really isn't. But what else do we have to work with right now? I think the potential in Railtown is it just blossoms before us. Let me see what else I can show you. Of course, it's hard to read up, so I'll just put them all here. Put them all here. There's only 2 kinds of things in Texas: steers and queers. I don't see any steers. 4834, 50,000 bid. 4801, 60,000. 4977. Very little volume since I've been on. All right, let's go through this. Top AI investors by investment volume. Microsoft Ventures, numero uno, right here. Microsoft Ventures. Google next. And then you got all these others, Sequoia. That's my favorite pick, Microsoft. But there's others. Exit type, exit strategies, exit, AI exit activity and valuation, strategic acquisitions. That's why I emphasize this. IPOs, I don't think it'll IPO. It's already public. Private equity buyout, maybe. SPAC merger, I hope the heck not. And then these ideas of acquiring the talent and then somebody else acquires the company, an acqui-hire. But I think strategic acquisitions, they've had 234 exits looking backwards. Average exit size and total volume. Notable exits, Palantir, 2.5 billion, biggest, Adobe, but Figma, at 20 billion, strategic deal. Microsoft's OpenAI partnership, 10 billion. International exit, 5 billion. Again, it may or may not strictly follow. AI investment strategies, Google Ventures, foundation models, enterprise AI, cloud platform enhancement, Microsoft Ventures, OpenAI partnerships, productivity AI, Office 365 AI integration, Copilot. Over here, this is Railtown. Copilot ecosystem expansion. Amazon, they're looking at voice, smart home, retail, probably groceries too, and retail optimization. Intel, AI chips, edge computing. I'm not sure they fit CPU and GPU optimization. I'm not sure it fits. Salesforce Ventures, AI, CRM AI, sales automation, Einstein, AI enhancement. It kind of fits. Cisco Kid, maybe that fits. There's a lot of buyers out there, and they're in an arms race. National, this is national, see up here at the top, National AI Investment Initiatives. You come down here to Canada, Canadian 2.3 billion in a pan-Canadian AI strategy, Vector Institute support. That's like that digital, and which I tease, but it's a significant part of their national investment initiatives in AI. Evolution of VC investment practices, AI era adoption, 6 months. And Railtown's ready to go. And they also down here, AI concentration strategies, Railtown's ready to go. It's just food for thought. Frequently asked questions. Are AI startup valuations sustainable? Current AI valuations reflect expectations of massive market expansion and arms race, winner take all dynamics. While some correction is likely, companies with proven business models, Railtown, Roadhouse, and defensible competitive advantages, Railtown, are expected to justify premium valuations through accelerated growth and market capture. Question: how do investors evaluate AI startups differently from tech companies? AI startup evaluation requires technical due diligence on algorithms, data. That's not us. That's these big investors in AI. So that'll catch hold as they study. They don't study in 1 minute. What are the key metrics investors track for AI startups? Critical AI metrics include model accuracy, Railtown, Roadhouse, and performance benchmarks, data quality and uniqueness, Railtown, inference costs and scalability, Railtown, customer AI adoption rates, revenue per AI feature, and competitive model performance, Railtown, alongside traditional. How is the regulatory environment? Well, in Canada, it is like Tom Delay. Q, what role does talent play? AI talent is often the primary investment driver. That could be the team. We don't know. Strategic recommendations for stakeholders, for AI entrepreneurs. Focus on defensible competitive advantage. That's Railtown. Because they do vertical, it's proprietary, and they get into a company, the self-learning is just about that company. It's not up on the internets. Demonstrate clear path to probability. That is what Railtown's going to do in the next 90 days. They're going to demonstrate a clear path to profitability and sustainable economics. Build great teams with expertise. I think they're doing that. I understand they're expanding their teams. Establish early customer validation and product market evidence. They've already done it. I think we're going to find out about it, but we haven't yet. Consider, here's key, and I think it's coming. Consider strategic investors like Andreessen, I don't think it'll be, who can provide domain expertise and market access. This is coming. This is coming. VCs. Build portfolio concentration. Bravo. Concentrate. Around high conviction AI investments. Railtown. And then for corporate investors, consider defensive investments to prevent competitors kicking your ass. If you want to keep up with the Joneses, add a garage. Conclusion. Navigating the AI investment revolution. AI investment revolution. Unless you talk to Deutsche Bank. The AI startup funding landscape represents one of the most significant investment opportunities and challenges, fair enough, of our time. While unprecedented capital flows and valuations create opportunities for transformative returns, they also demand new approaches to due diligence, risk assessment, and portfolio management. Success in this environment requires understanding both the technical foundations and the dynamics. As the market matures, so on and so on. This is why I don't think we're going to carry this market. All right, I want to show you something. On the AIP network, you can go to their website, and you see on this page it says Meet the AIP Affiliate Network. Meet the AIP Affiliate Network. This is just the first section. They have 160 plus of these companies, but under the category banking, fund management, accounting, insurance, and real estate, which I don't know if this is the highest multiple category. I have no idea. What I did, I just took this category and I looked up the revenues. You can do it. You can go do it. You can Google these names, ask Google, what's the revenue? Well, Premise HQ was under 5 million, so I left it blank. Daisy Intelligence, 14 million. ECF Fin, 77. See, I don't know if that gets a high multiple or not. I don't know the growth rate. Orbit, 16 million, and then these inconclusive. Predictive, 1.1 million. Painsworth, under 1 million. Factor, 500,000. Uplink, 10 million. Soho Square, 21 million. SR.ai, 2/3 of 1 million. Vector ML Analytics, 1.5 million. Armilla, very little. Eureka, 8 million. Smart Settle, again, that sounds like real estate. I don't know the multiple, but that's 2.5 million. Charlie, 5 million. And the total 160 million in revenue just from this section of the visible network affiliates. And I'll try to do some others. It takes time. I'll try to maybe have another one tomorrow. But when people say, where do you get your revenue projections from? There they are. They're going to roll up some of these. What we don't know, what's the multiples, what's the profitability, all of this we don't know. So a lot of this is working with what we can. But this is just 20 companies, and it's 160 million. They have 180 companies to sort through. All right, I'm going to go back to the questions. Ward Richardson. That was my point. Forget silver. Stay focused on RT. Much more on the table here. Yeah, it distracts me because it does. But Ward, if you're a professional, you got to step into the box, step up to the plate, step in the box, and you got to ignore what happened last inning, and you got to, it's about making money. My argument is over time, money, our understanding of it's going to shift from dollars to real assets for a while, and then there'll be a new currency. But we got time. We got time. And so Ward added 1,000. That's awesome. That's awesome. My back's hurting. I had a couple more things to show, but they're not there. Oh, I can look. No, they're not there. So let's check the stock prices. This battery company is up $2 at 11. GDC is up 11 cents, 11 and a half cents at $5.40. Finger is flat at 172. Nixie is up an eighth at 190. And Railtown is now recovering. They're going to have a hard time keeping it red, I think. It's 48.15 to 49.95. And let's look at some news. Give me something to talk about. Look at the daily hate. Mitt Romney's son. Trump strikes narco-terrorist boat. What's going on there? I don't think Venezuela is the key source of drugs. I understand Canada is a source of the fentanyl type stuff in Mexico. Obviously Colombia and I think Ecuador. I'm not sure Venezuela is the biggest source of drugs, but you know what Venezuela is? Oil. They got a lot of oil, and that oil is like sludge, but our refineries are set up to process that oil, And guess what? Our banks need collateral. And some people say Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves. That's different than saying recoverable. But if they can put loans against it, you bring that into the Western banking system. Um, anyway, we'll see how it plays out. Oh, that's terrible. Broke businesswoman killed her husband, their two children, and then herself at $2 million home. Why don't you just go out in the woods and do it to yourself and let the rest go on with life? Trump issues chilling threat to Hamas. Oh, gosh. That didn't last long. Mm. Mm. That is a gruesome story. Gruesome, gruesome story. I can't tell you about it. It's just too, it's too, uh, it was a story about a Texas man being killed by his two dogs, which happened to be pit bulls. I was trying to figure out why they reacted that way. One of them let go, but the other one wouldn't. It's no real news today, so maybe that's why nothing's happening. Um, I wonder. Goldman Sachs warns of looming layoffs as AI reshapes Wall Street giants' operations. All right, let's see. 301. Let's see what the stock is doing at 301. The bid is 4095, 8,000 shares bid for. Ask is 4966. These are all meaningless, really. Um, I I really think Railtown is about buying it, and let's just see the path to it being acquired. Obviously, it will be up and down, and there'll be variables. And if the story changes, we have to change with it. But I think Railtown is a stock to own, put in your account, and go golfing. Unless you don't golf, then you can go ride a golf cart. Let me get the rest of the prices here. This ABAT is up. GDC is up 6 cents, 534. Finger is down, up a penny at 173. Nixie's up to 190. And G Bucks is up to 25 cents, staging a recovery. And Ming Ting is up 6 cents to 392. And that's about it. That's about it. And Railtown is down a penny at 49, 49 to 49.41. Looks like they're going to try to suppress it, although that spread is very narrow. Maybe that spread narrowing is coming from the buy side. I don't know. 3 o'clock. Okay. Good day. I'm almost legend. Good day, Sir William. For starters, you gave me a much needed laugh earlier when listing real world. I better have some water. I wonder. When listing real world doomsday possibility, in the mix of them all, you casually said the Anunnaki could come back. I laughed so loud. GTII will be trading at $100 a share before that happens. I've been interested in and have studied the Anunnaki, Planet X, and Nephilim. I can't pronounce that, etc. Planet of the Crossing, Nibiru, the Destroyer. I find it all fascinating, and I don't know that it won't happen, but I mean, the odds of it happening obviously are not great. Um, Graham, Graham Hancock writes about previous civilizations on the planet, and he doesn't need aliens to make his analysis truthful to him. Uh, and when you think about it, there's all sorts of examples of animals and birds and insects that were bigger when there was less oxygen in the atmosphere over I suppose, I don't know when the gap happened, but over eons. Uh, so it's at least plausible that there were giants on the earth who disappeared maybe in a flood. Uh, but perhaps there was humankind that was just bigger, much bigger. And maybe that explains a lot. Um, but the Anunnaki explains a lot too. And it all comes down to whether or not the Sumerian texts are being properly interpreted. Zachariah Sitchin, I think, did a good job, but there's people who question him that say his interpretation is wrong. But he spent a lifetime on it. Very smart guy. And um, right until the end, he wouldn't say exactly when they were coming back. But my impression was that the time frame was this century, like 2075, 2035 to 2075, something like that. But he never really fully said it, but it's the 3,600 years is now. I don't know enough about history. If you take 2000 off back to Christ, and then you take another 1500 off or so, I don't know what was happening then. When was Noah's flood? When was Sodom and Gomorrah? When was it's a, I'd have to, I just don't know it in my head, but it's possible that planet, although some say it's a solar system, some say it's a twin sun, could be coming back. And it's intriguing. It's intriguing. What would we do? Um, the story of the Anunnaki explains a couple of human obsessions to me. One is for gold, because that's what the the idea is, that we were uh, created by the Anunnaki to mine for gold. That would, to me, explain some of our obsession with gold. Otherwise, just a rock. And then we accumulate it. And it may be that there's, I don't know, I don't want to sound totally Lulu, but there could be bloodlines accumulating gold. So when the Anunnaki return, they can suck up to the Anunnaki and give them gold. I don't know. The other aspect of human nature is I was just thinking, I don't think there's anything in the Anunnaki record that would have us fighting with each other, maybe. But one of the things Zachariah Sitchin says they needed gold for and the reason they left the planet is because they used at least 2 atomic bombs. And we're obsessed with that. I don't know if it's some psychological thing we need to destroy ourselves, but we seem obsessed with that. And that would, maybe there's some psychological linkage there. I don't know. I like Zachariah Sitchin's explanation for why everyone lives so long, because their orbit took that many years. So that's why they live long lives. Our orbit takes 1 year. Who knows? But the stories of Gilgamesh, of the gods, of being immortal, to a human, living 1,000 years is pretty immortal. I think a lot of the Indian, I haven't read any of those books. I'd like to. I haven't had time. But Eric von Däniken talks about the cities in the firmament, and that comes from the Indian text. The Catholic Church, the conquistadores, destroyed, burned all the paper records the Mexicans had, the Aztecs had. Alexandria went up in smoke. So there's a lot of information gone missing. But maybe the Indian texts, some of it survived. But he talks about there was a war between these cities up there. But he has similar to Zachariah Sitchin, Eric von Däniken has the question, which I think I pointed out. I think it was Ezekiel had this loud, God came down and Ezekiel went up in this loud thing to heaven. And von Däniken says, well, if it were God, and he believes in God, he's a Catholic, but he says, if that were God that came down, how come he didn't know Ezekiel's name? It's a good point. I can't remember Zachariah Sitchin's question that he asked the rabbi, but it was an Old Testament question, something like that, when he was very young, that got him thinking the same way. Maybe these stories, not all of them are related to God, but maybe it's a way with the Old Testament, but also with other stories, like possibly the Greek myths and even the Roman gods. Maybe instead of viewing those as, there's a word archaeologists use, but rather than thinking of those as just myths, maybe they were true at some level, and that's how you carry the story on down to this day. Going back to Graham and Carlson, I'm forgetting his first name, or maybe it's his last name, white-haired guy. I'll think of his name here. They did fascinating study. This guy Carlson, and Graham agrees with him, thinks that the Grand Canyon wasn't made over eons. It was actually, there was comets hit the earth, hit the ice that was layered in North America and Europe. And that was about, I want to say 3,200 years ago, but maybe it was 3,600 years ago. And that caused the ice to melt, the ice caps to melt, the glaciers to melt. And Randall Carlson. And if the waters were held back by ice dams for a while and then broke, the volumes of water that came down into North America were huge and sudden. And that's where they think the Grand Canyon came from, and other things were formed. But the number one thing that happened is the seas rose 400 feet. I think it was feet, might have been meters. And civilizations that existed worldwide all had pyramids, all looked to the heavens. They must have had transportation. They all used energy that wasn't oil, wasn't coal. The seas rose very quickly, so these civilizations disappeared. So Graham Hancock talks about that we're a civilization with amnesia. I hate how he says it. He's a Brit. Amnesia. But it's all very fascinating. But how does that get back to the Anunnaki? Hancock doesn't believe in that. That's more, and von Däniken doesn't really talk about the Anunnaki. Anunnaki, for me, is more the 12 or 13 books that Zechariah Sitchin wrote. I've read a few of them. And, there's that Aliens show. I'm not sure. I like watching it, but that Greek guy, I'm not sure how good a job he does. But Sitchin's explanation overlaps von Däniken's explanation, for example, for the drawings, the big vast drawings in the top of the mountains in Peru. Then there's another guy I think's fascinating, Michael Tellinger. Tellinger, I think is how you say it. He thinks it's all sound. It's all sound. That was the energy. That's how they moved the rocks. That's how they made everything. But he also thinks it was a search for gold. It's all very interesting. I think once you start thinking about it, it kind of makes us pretty small in the scheme of things. But there's no reason that Darwin was right. The question, how did our eyeballs get evolved, for example? Why did all animals evolve? When they're little babies, they all when they're really before they're babies, they all kind of look the same. I don't know. It's all fascinating, but it's all imagination. And I agree with you. I don't think we're ever going to know about it in our lifetimes. And why would they come back? I don't know. Anyway, we're now 48 to 49:23. So I've been interested. I'm almost legend. I've been interested in and have studied the Anunnaki Planet X for years. Like most things of this sort, I believe there are some grains of truth in it, but the overall mythology and interpretations aren't what we'd like to believe they are. But hey, I could be wrong. It's all interesting and fun to learn and think about, though. It is fun to expand your mind. In my case, it doesn't change my overall beliefs. But I think there were giants. I think the Smithsonian received giants and then hid them or got rid of them. I also think the pharaohs, at least some of them, had really weird heads. And I think that could have been the Anunnaki. But we'll never know. And it does, I'm almost legend. It does make you sound almost, not you, me, cuckoo to talk about it. But there's huge buildings and there's huge structures off the coast of Japan and off, buried in the seas. I think it'd be great if we found technologies. That one of the things I'd love, if they do return, I'd love them to clean up Fukushima and get the radiation out of the oceans and replenish our fish and make sure our animals survive and keep us from war. But, that's all fantasy land. All right, let's go on to Giuseppe. Hello, William, and all the good people here. I was ready to add today, but Fidelity is taking an extra day to clear. Hopefully I can add in the AM. Yeah, I don't know if there'll be a revenue announcement tomorrow, but I think when are you going to put out good news? It has to be Wednesday, right? Tuesday, Wednesday. Monday was a holiday in Canada, so that means the lawyers don't roll into the office until midday Tuesday. So I figure it'll be tomorrow. So it's as good a guess as any. And look, Railtown isn't dawdling. They want to create value, and they've got a balance between booking revenue, announcing revenue. They've got to bulk up, and I think they're going to go into high gear between now and the end of the year. That's what I think. One thing might work to your advantage. Two things might work to your advantage. They may announce a revenue announcement and it hits with a thud because it's written by lawyers and none of us know about it. I don't know. I don't know what triggers, for example, silver. Silver sat on its ass for 3 or 4 years and then all of a sudden it's the hottest thing on the planet. What triggers that momentum and that investor to invest? I got to have it. I don't know. But it's going to happen, I think, in Railtown. I really do. I think we're on the verge of it. But anyway, so one thing could be, Giuseppe, that for whatever reason, there's a lull after the revenue announcement, like there's been for the last 6 revenue announcements. That works in your favor. And the other thing is they're based in Vancouver or nearby. So the news might not, if there's news, by the way, any news they put out over the next weeks might always come out in our afternoon, might come out at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So you might have time tomorrow. All right, let's look quickly at some of this. M10 is over 4, G-Bucks is 25 cents. That ABAT is up 2, GDC is 5.35, and Railtown's down a penny at 49. 48 to 49.4, they're trying to show you there's a lot of stock for sale. I don't buy it. There were just now 4,000 shares went off at 49. About 15 minutes earlier, another 4,000 went off at 49. And And closer to 3 o'clock, 275 shares traded at 48.91. And then just after 3 o'clock, 5,500 shares traded at 49.05. So whatever that all means. I feel so badly about that man that died, but I also feel badly about the dogs. They're dead. Just unfortunate. This Alistair McLeod is very interesting. I've followed him for a long time. Don't know Matthew Piepenberg as well. Um, yeah, see, that's my opinion. A very interesting article. Might as well go over it. By Al Alasdair McLeod. Alasdair McLeod at Von Gregritz. Before I do that, I'm gonna just make a phone call. Hang on. That was a relief. Okay. I'm Almost Legend. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on the Anunnaki. All I know is Enlil wanted to kill us all, and Enki saved us. That's all I really know. Something like that. There was a chick involved, forget her name, and then Anu is the father. I don't think he ever came down, but whatever. I'd like to read it all again and learn it all again. Another thing that Graham Hancock does, of course, he was I say it respectfully, a pothead most of his life, and I don't do drugs, but so I'm not sure I would take the extra step that he did, but he wrote a book on consciousness, and he took ayahuasca. How do you say that word? Ayahuasca. Anyway, and he would go into the jungle and then he would use a guide to do that. And I guess he's done it a lot, but he described the first one or two times very unpleasant physically. But the thing that stuck in my head, because not only when he used ayahuasca, but other people too, they all saw the same thing. So it gets you thinking. It's not just a hallucinogen. But what he saw, two things I remember about his experience that he talked about. One is that the God you see, or the person you see, or this presence you see is it's a woman. It's a blue, I think a blue snake, but it's a woman. And so it's maybe the idea of Mother Nature, maybe, but this powerful entity is a woman, and she is scared, not scared, she's frightened for creation and what we're doing to creation. That's one thing I remember. The other thing is she makes you look, to use it in a Catholic sense, she makes you look at your sins and your failings. And he had to go through this humbling process of acknowledging all of the hurt and the wrongs he had done. This is how I remember it. Things he didn't even remember. And so he came out of it a better person. I think he still is willing to take I wouldn't do it because I'm too, I don't know, I'm too anti-drug, but very interesting, mind-stretching idea of existence and what shamans may, maybe what American Indians used to have connection with. I don't know. It's more than one can actually handle if you let it, if you just appreciate it, maybe like one appreciates a good book or art or a movie. It can be a learning experience, I guess. I'd like to reread his book on that. I'm not sure I ever finished it. It was a big book. I think it was called Consciousness. Anyway, Thanks for sharing. I'm Almost Legend. Thanks for sharing your thoughts on the Anunnaki, Nibiru, etc., and the people who've spent their lives researching it. You are a gentleman. You don't have to thank me for that. You probably thought it was a nightmare. In Railtown News, I did some more AI research into speculative news releases. Uh, all right, hang on. Hold that thought. Pat M, I just bought 4,000 more. Good for you, Pat M. Pat M. Total. Wow, Pat. That is a good position. I think you could be, I think you could be rich. That's great, Pat. Bravo. I'm Almost Lesson. I asked the AI if Railtown would start being more aggressive in attracting investors, and the AI answered, "It's reasonable to expect Railtown might ramp up investor outreach and presentations." Definitely, Railtown's going to tell their story, but I'm Almost Legend. The number one priority for Railtown after they lock up AIP: book revenue, book revenue, book revenue, book revenue, book revenue. And I used to do, look, I wonder what the hell, why some people that I consider pretty mediocre are bloody billionaires or doing so well. And I don't know. I don't know, because I guess there's a lot of chance in life. But I've always considered myself a producer, and all of the momentum for a good 2026, the key to a good 2026, book your revenue. And you may not remember their new fiscal year started in October. So it may not be about 2026 in our terms. It may be this, they're in their fiscal year, but it's all about booking revenue, booking revenue, booking revenue, setting up the pipeline so you can have a good January, have a great February, and then you have a great first quarter, and then your year is massive. If you waddle into the year and you're half asleep, it's the second quarter, and then you're behind, you're down, your momentum is killed. So it's all about balls to the wall now. Sorry for my language. I don't even really know what that means. So he's going to be out. Number one, my opinion, booking revenue. Number two, going out and telling his story, talking to investors, talking to institutions. And I think in that, they're going to find a strategic investor. Why? What does strategic mean? Strategic means an investor that can bring more than money. Almost you have that strategic investment, and that affiliation works for you while you're asleep, while you're on the phone with other people, because people, let's use Andreessen. I don't have any indication it's going to be Andreessen, but we all, in the software space, everyone knows Andreessen. So what if he invested? My gosh, the story would go around VC and research like a bad case of never mind. I'm not going to be crude, but it would go around very quickly. I think Railtown will have a strategic investor soon. I don't know when, end of the year. But what if let me just say, what if a strategic investor, I don't know if this would qualify, but what if a strategic investor is Mavericks or Omers? Or what if it's some dude in Canada that, maybe it's Katy Perry. I kissed Railtown and I liked it. I think that'll help the momentum. So yes, I do think money will come, but it's so hard to get across. And I understand Bill Miko's devil's advocate and kind of like, why is it taking so long? I get all that. I'm in it. I have the same experience, but it's hard to get across. As the stock goes up, these things will come in. To you and to Bill Miko, to me even, why the hell wouldn't they come in now? That's not how they think. It's not their mandate. So things are going to accelerate. As the stock goes up in price, I think there'll be a strategic investor. As the stock goes up in price, I think AIP will start rolling in revenue. And I also think buyers will start coming in. I think that's going to be a fun run ahead. I really do. And let's go on with I'm Almost Legend. So Railtown will also ramp up promotional communications. Yes, I agree. Given their recent activity, it is unlikely Railtown will stay quiet for long, especially after announcing major partnerships and acquisitions. I agree with that. And then here's the negative. What are the negatives? However, it did say it is less likely Railtown would announce anything this week because companies like to space out their announcements to maintain investor interest and manage communications. Okay, that's an interesting point. I get that, but I think the news last week was incomplete. I think they need to announce, or file it anyway, that the shareholders voted for the merger. That's one thing I think this week is going to be about. I agree with that, but let me go from the other side on Almost Legend. And let me just pick a number. All of this is guesstimates. Until the company comes out and starts talking, it's just guesstimates. But you got to do the best you can. And you can't not try to project what's going on. I think somebody's hacking my Coinbase, but they're going to be very disappointed. I don't think I own anything in it. I don't think there's any assets in it. Maybe I bought one Luna or something. Let me go from the other end of that point. Let's say that Railtown started marketing and commercializing Conductor over a year ago, which we know from the research report. We know from the fact of conference after conference after conference that Railtown announced they went to. Let's say that Railtown last November, when they met AIP Partner Network and joined it, the concept of cross-selling, because remember, the guys at AIP in their press release said that Conductor had broad relevance across their whole ecosystem. I forget the exact word. So let's say out of those 180 companies who had 5,000 customers at that time, do you think in a year they could line up 10 or 20 of those companies as customers? I think so. And then their independent work out there, they announced they hired a group out of London to tell their story. They gave them stock. I bet that got around. Canaccord's an investment banker who, behind the scenes, probably with portfolio companies and with pools of money, in the sense of trying to put a deal together. They're allowed to do that. They probably went out and told the story, and they were introduced to Railtown, and everybody needs AI. Everybody, all software developer teams need the conductor tool. There may be other ways to do it, but apparently this is it. So one other thing is word of mouth. Word of mouth. I don't think the company has been on the sidelines all this time. So let me just suggest, I'm Almost Legend, hardworking guys and girls, I'm not trying to be sexist, working their butts off in a space that's accelerating in interest, with the first to market, best in class, SOC, SOC2, SOC approved, and it actually solves the problem. And companies in Canada are all being encouraged in this massive federal and provincial push to turn to AI. What do you think over a 15-month period? How many revenue contracts could a woodchuck chuck? I would say a reasonable guess is 1 to 2 dozen, 3 dozen. I don't know. Now, I'm not saying they signed them all up in that time, but I bet they have a pipeline, and I bet it's bigger than that. But let's say it's 3 dozen. Let's say it's 3 dozen. Am I way out of line? I have no idea. You can cut it in half if you want. But if you're, I'm Almost Legend, if you're out there trying to get your story told, trying to increase your valuation so you can acquire AIP companies, trying to attract strategic investments, perhaps racing to beef up your revenue and be bought out. You're certainly, that's a goal in your head. It might be not, like I'm saying, by the end of the year. It might be 12 months from now, 18 months. But the longer you wait, the more you run the risk of the window closing in terms of high valuation, you know. So look, it's an art, not a science. But my question to you is, I'm Almost Legend, why would you wait? Let's say you've got 36 revenue announcements, and maybe they're not all ready to go. Maybe a third of them are ready. Maybe 12 of them are ready to go. Why would you wait? Yes, you might spread them out. I agree with that. But why would you wait a week? I think you start right now. That's my premise. You start now. And then why would you do just one a week, even though that's what I told you all, that when I was answering Bill Miko, I was saying one a week, basically. But why stop with one a week? Why not hit with 2 a week? get the story out, get the buzz going. So that's what I think. I think it's going to happen this week. I don't think it's going to be delayed. Um, and I think it'll be more than one a week rather than delaying by weeks. I think it's going to come at us like maybe not like a fire hose, maybe not like a garden hose, but maybe um, like popcorn. Once it starts popping, uh, it's not just one corn, the kernel that pops. I think that's what's going to happen. So I'm more optimistic than your AI. And then it said, I'm Almost Legend says, then it said, however, it could happen this week if there's an update or amendment to the agreement. Yeah, like the vote, regulatory approvals are received or disclosed, or there's a new partnership milestone. Yes, this is very good information tied to the acquisition. I agree with that. I should have read your point all the way through. I'm Almost Legend. That's an overall summary of the info I gathered. Either way, it doesn't seem like Railtown will be silent going forward. I don't think it's going to be silent for the reasons you've been sharing. I wonder, there's a lot going on up in Canada, and there's a lot from all angles on AI. And I think it's a campaign to create an industry. Canada's basically natural resources and selling real estate to the Chinese. That's about it. They have an active tourist, uh, I guess, tourism. But if you want to build a stronger economy, you diversify. They've got great education, good people. They don't get as upset and agitated as Americans. Um, I wouldn't want to be a baby seal up there, but on the other hand, um, you know, they're mostly peaceable. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, what if in that government campaign, which I've shown you and we've talked about, the government campaign, local campaign, educational campaign, you know, there may be information there as well. And we've got 6 minutes to go. Let's see how this talk is. I just think, when I've studied, and I've shown you this, John Ruffalo, he is a major player in Canadian investments. Mike Nobrega and others at AIP, Omers. They back Constellation Software. Um, uh, Waterloo University, I guess it is. Then you've got Marwan and Corey have done it all before in software. I just think this is a big push. It's a lot to get out there. So once it starts coming and people are we've gone for 9 months where there's just nothing really from the company that explains the strategy ahead. But as the story gets out, as bankers understand it, as wealth advisors understand it, as Canadian money starts flowing to it, we're going to start seeing it. Of course, Canada, I'm not sure Canada's economy is as big as California's, but it's big. It's not small. It's just, it's not like saying Wall Street. but I think it's going to start a momentum. Right now, the last trade in Railtown was 50 cents. They're trying to keep it under 50 cents. 605 shares went off at 50 cents. That was the first trade in 40 minutes, it looks like, approximately. It's 48 to 49.67. So they want to keep it in the red. They don't want it to be flat to up, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. 4 minutes to go. MTN is 398. G-Bucks is 25. That battery company is 1127. GDC is 525. And Railtown is still 50 cents on 605 shares. So we'll see if that holds up in the next 3 minutes. Hey, no, your input is very much appreciated. I'm almost legend, as is almost everybody's. The only people I get pissy with are the shorts and the shills, and sometimes I guess wrong. I think Justin Babish had something to say up here. Did I skip him? I did skip you, Justin. I didn't mean to. Why did I do that? I didn't mean to. Until the vote is in and the amalgamation completed, it is equal to corporate action still pending. I think on the AIP, well, actually on both sides. That's an interesting point, Justin. I wonder if NDAs and agreements to keep quiet or to keep from investing based on, I wonder if they still have some force until that deal is completed. That's an interesting question, Justin. That's a very interesting question. It certainly behaves that way, doesn't it? I'd love to see a 1 million share day, a 3 million share day, and the stock goes to $1.25. Very interesting point, Justin. Yes, it's still pending. I don't know the effect on existing NDAs and cease trade, not being able to trade. It's a gray area. I don't know. I misspelled Nibiru early. Well, I couldn't correct it. I don't spell well. 1 minute to go. It's not, unless it doesn't trade, it's not going to close flat. It can't, because they have 45,000 shares for sale under 50 cents. So there, 4 o'clock. Did it close flat? It closed flat. All right. We didn't go in the red, but we didn't go in the green. Anyway, I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate the feedback from everybody. Every now and then I get frustrated, as you know. But I really don't like the bullies and the thieves and the thieves. The thieves and the thieves. Julie Kim, thank you. I'm almost legend. Pat M, if I get rich, you're my new best friend. Well, I'm sure that sounds mighty cozy, but I don't find you men all that appealing. No, that'd be great. I think we're all going to be friends together. Until then, let's pretend. Let's pretend I hold you. All right, it's 4 o'clock. How much more? Let's pick a Paul McCartney lyric. He's so simple in some ways, but right there, what's this one? Mrs. Vanderbilt. I don't know that song. Wings. Mull of Kintyre. I know that one's boring. My Love. This is Wings. And when I go away, I know my heart can stay with my love. It's understood. It's in the hands of my love. And my love does it good. I'm already bored with that one too. Are all of his lyrics boring? How about Please Please Me, their first number one? That will be interesting. All right, so Please Please Me, written by John Lennon and Paul McCartney, the Beatles, 1963. Last night I said these words to my girl. I know you never even try, girl. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Please, please me, whoa, yeah, like I please you. So he says, we wrote with two guitars, John and I. And as I've mentioned previously, the joy of that was that I was left-handed while he was right-handed. So I was looking in a mirror and he was looking in a mirror. We would always tune up, have a ciggy, drink a cup of tea, start playing some stuff, look for an idea. Normally one or the other of us would arrive with a fragment of a song. Please Please Me was John's idea. John liked the double meaning of please. Yeah, please is, pretty please. Please have intercourse with me. So pretty please have intercourse with me. I beg you to have intercourse with me. He liked that, and I liked that he liked that. This was the kind of thing we'd see in each other, the kind of thing in which we were matched up, we were in sync. There is an old Bing Crosby song called Please, and the opening line is, please lend your little ear to my please. Even if you never heard the song before, you would hear, aha, okay, two meanings at work. We both enjoyed wordplay. I recently bought a lot of drawings and writings by John. I have them on the wall so I can get to look at them all the time. And it's just Pun City. That was part of John's cleverness. Anything that could be distorted was. Please Please Me arrived as a very slow song when John brought it in. I heard it and straight away said Orbinesque, Orbison-esque, Orbison-esque. In fact, Orbison would have sung it. I don't know if he ever did, but it has Roy written all over it. If you slow it down and do an impression of him, it fits exactly. But then our producer, George Martin, changed it. George liked the song when we brought it in, but he said, do you think we could do it faster? We were like, no, no, no. But George said, being very persuasive, let's just try it. If you don't like it, we don't have to. He said, I think this could be your first number one. So grudgingly, we lifted the tempo, and it was indeed our first number one. This was one of the great things about working in collaboration. I could bring something in that John would spot need. I could bring something in that John would spot needed an alteration. He would bring something in that I would spot needed alteration. Then, if neither of us spotted the problem, oh, I see. I could bring something in that John would spot needed alteration. He would bring in something in that I would spot needed alteration. Then, if neither of us spotted the problem, George Martin would. That collaboration made the Beatles very lucky, a very lucky little group to be in. Please please me like I please you. I don't want to sound complaining, but you know there's always rain in my heart, I do all the pleasing with you. It's hard to reason with you. Whoa, yeah, why do you make me blue? Come on, come on. All right, that's my finish to the evening. There are no more comments. I'll add this to tomorrow. Let's hope there's news tomorrow or Thursday or Friday. And let's hope this stock can start going up so Bill Miko will stay in it. Let's hope for that. And maybe he'll buy more. Anyway, I appreciate everyone signing in. I don't know what time tomorrow I'll come on, but probably same bat time, same bat channel. So hope each of you have a peaceful night, and let's pray for peace in the world.